Let's see. See what we can do with the Audi. Tried it a couple places. Everybody, you can hear me out there. Run a few tracks, see if I can figure out what kind of car to go with for this next season. Short tracks on the schedule. We'll go over the schedule, and this is the fastest track here in Monza that's on there. That Mountain Panorama are the only two that have any kind of speed to them. Hope everybody can hear me. Anybody would say if they can hear me, everything sound is okay. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's just need to be a little quicker than that, but I mean it's in the ballpark. I mean it's in something I can keep working on, and maybe get it down another 2 or 3 tenths, or maybe get into the 47s maybe. It's not terrible for me. And this setup's roughed in, so it's not a bad setup. But like a few things I can see. Look at tire wear. Tire wear looks good. No major red flags. This probably can come down. I like to try some more stuff with the bump stops and things like that. Sounds good? Okay, thank you, James. Just again trying to unfortunately I had a update on my Roland Bridgecast, my mixer, and I did an update yesterday and it got all messed up. I don't know what I did, something I don't know what I did, but anyway, I had to work on it to get it straightened back out for like an hour. Dang, I hate updating stuff, but it kind of messed up my settings, so I kind of readjusted things, and I was just kind of making sure everything sounded okay. I mean, I'm sure there's more that you can do. There's no question. I know this is pretty close. Arrow is pretty close. Unfortunately, with the Audi, the one negative of the Audi is it doesn't have a lot of natural downforce. So it's kind of like the AMG. You have to use a lot of wing to get it to stick. Compared to a McLaren or the Lamborghini, maybe even the Aston Martin, those kind of things. So, they got a lot of natural downforce where you don't have to put a lot of wing to get the grip. So that's one disadvantage of not having a lot of downforce, but let's get that last lap. Good speed. Very good speed. Well, that's on the higher end as far as the speed. So that's a good thing. I think I need to work a little bit more on the dampers. They're just a little harsh. Gotta figure out what other cars. I was thinking about maybe the BMW. Love the way the Audi sounds. Still think it sounds better than the Huracan. The same motor, but Audi just sounds like it's got more of an attitude than the Huracan. I don't know why, but it just does, at least to me. Got more personality. Got more pops and crackles and I said, I'm sure I can get it down, you know, to like a 48 flat race pace, but I really would like to get into 47s. So I may still be able to do that, but I'm talking on my own pace. Drafting is a whole nother deal. That's like, here, Paul Ricard. I mean, you can pick up a half a second if you're with somebody that's got similar pace, and you can pick up a half a second here, no problem. No big deal at all. So, but I mean, I like to judge it on comparing apples to apples, and that's running like in my own setting. So if I can get it, really would like to be able to more be in the 47s on a race pace, but 48 flats is not terrible either. So for me, so what else can we try here at Monza while I'm here at Monza? Uh, oh, say because I've run a 4809 in it before, so I'm sure I can run that faster. Like the Aston Martin, but I just don't think it's got. I just don't think it's got it. BOP is so screwed up in ACC right now. I wish they would come out with an update to get the BOP a lot better. Guess we can try the Beamer. So I don't have that good a time here, so let's see what it'll do. Now this is another thing. It's a big disadvantage about one of the disadvantage of the Assetto system, well, almost any system really, other than the Fanatec, is every time you got to change all this stuff, you got to go into the menu and you got to change it in the software and then come back. So it slows me down compared to just changing it on the wheel, and you can change it, right there. That makes it really convenient for somebody like me that's jumping in cars. If you just do one car and you pretty much stick with one car all the time, it's no big deal at all. But with me, I'm always jumping from one car to another, and it just kind of slows you down. Yeah, see, I haven't even done a setup for this one. Not a new one. Not a newer one. I don't have any new setups for this. So, let's see what... I have to guess on this one. May probably have to run a few more laps than this, seeing if what it does. Oop. Do this for right now, see what it does. Just put some kind of baseline in here. Not sure what wing. We'll just have to go with it and see what we can do. We'll go with more wing for right now and see if it can back off. Like I said, I haven't got an updated setup here for the Beamer, so we can work on something for a little bit and see what. At least we can get something roughed in. I got to figure out what my wheel is. Yeah, see, it's off a little bit. Oh, go into software. So you got to go into software here, which is really simple, but it's just that you got to change this stuff. I'll have to knock this down a little bit too. It's got more force to it than some of the other cars as far as the BMW. No, I don't want that much. Go down to that. Let's see. Wasn't there? I think it was there. Let's go back and see. No, it's still not. No, it's the other way. Yeah, that's better. That's close. Interesting to see what the speed is on this compared to what the Audi was. So kind of times, do a few laps, let's get some pressure dialed in. I didn't adjust my pressure, so they're going to be off. I'm only going to do a couple laps anyway, just so we can make some adjustments. About the BMW, it's really linear, so it's like that, and you know, gear ratios are pretty good. here and a couple, like I say, pick a few other tracks, start testing some of the other shorter places. Let's adjust some tire pressures. Let's see here. The tire pressure's close. It needs more turn. It doesn't have enough turn in. Look at the straightaway speed and see what it's doing. That's fine. That's not bad. Not bad. Not for that wing. I mean, that's... But we got to take advantage of it. We could go down, but let's just leave it at there for right now. Again, we're just trying to rough it in. Hope everybody's doing all right today. Better. Take a few laps, check the tires again, see if we want to do any more adjustments. Anybody got any suggestions? Just leave in the comments. Be a little more aggressive on the brake. Brake wise, huh? better. Wow, so I messed that up. I was going for it all there. Oh, shoot. I had a good lap going, too. Let's take a look at the tires. Oh, they look okay. Good wear. Really good wear. Yeah. Nothing, no major red flags. Get the ABS down to 2. Don't need a 3. Again, anybody have any suggestions? That'd be okay. What car to look at? Need to adjust this down. It's still got too much pressure. This is just a teeny bit too high. Everything seems pretty good. Probably could go down a little bit on the brakes. Check Motec, see what it says on the shocks. Again, just trying to get it roughed in. I had a really good run on that last one. That would have been a really good one to go off of. Let's come down. That's too high. Again, too high. Let's try that. Again, I'm just trying to get it roughed in. Yeah, it's close. I mean, I'm still making adjustments, still trying some different settings. But it's pretty close. You know, that's the thing. It's what's nice about the eSENIORS too. It doesn't have as many, you don't have as much to go with. I mean, as to choose from. So, I mean, this is all you got. So that's all the settings there is as far as your, you got steering range, bump stop hardness. I went to soft on that because I'd had it on medium, and when it hits, it kind of hurts a little bit. It's kind of even on a medium. Like if let's say you're kind of going sideways and you're trying to catch it and you start turning the wheel, it just hits that bump stop pretty hard. It's kind of a jolt. So I put it on soft because others are just too abrupt. Then bump stop range, so you have a little bit of flexibility there. Of course, on the frequency limit, I have no limit on that. And of course, dampening, I don't think you need a lot of filters through this. I just don't think the eSENIORS don't need it. So I only have 10% on dampening and 10% on friction. And then I'm trying some with this inertia. Again, that's by resisting change to the current rotation. So when you're trying to go back and forth, you don't have a big change in the resistance. And then a cornering forced assist is it just again you get more feel in those long corners. So the higher settings apply less force feedback to increase detail and road feel. So again, I mean, it's, you know, I'm trying some of these. These are the main two I'm messing with. Now, again, overall force is that's how many newton meters you're putting out. I mean, you got to change this a lot per car. Like, I'll probably run, you know, on the BMW is one of the most force feedback you get. So you run one of the lower settings. So you probably run around 12 or 13 or something like that. But like on the Lamborghini or other ones, I'll be running it all the way up to 18 or 20. So it just depends on the car. You change this accordingly. Torque behavior. Again, it's a adjust torque prediction to counter low force feedback update rates, which ACC doesn't. I mean, ACC's at 400 hertz. Lower settings add more responsive steering, but may feel notchy. Higher settings feel smoother, but may overshoot torque peaks and feel rubbery. So again, I just have that on 1. Torque acceleration limit, that's your slew rate. I got that maxed out. So that's one of the big advantages of the Invicta. It's got one of the fastest slew rates of any wheelbase. And then the anti-oscillation is just so when you're going down the road, it's not, you know, it does it just a teeny bit, it's fine. But again, I'm kind of messing with these two a lot now, trying to see what they feel like. Those are the two that I'm messing with here. And of course, this is the steering and the overall force is always changing depending on the car. So those are the things that change. But again, it's not, you know, really rocket science type stuff. You just got to figure it out, but it's nothing super complicated compared to like some of the other stuff. Like I know SemiCube and all that, they got a pretty good amount of stuff that you got to try to figure out. So thank you, Mike. Yeah, it just takes a lot of time. You just got to have the time to put in it to do it. I know what I want to feel, and I know what it close to what it should feel. So, I mean, I just try to look for that, and of course, a lot of times I do more wrong things than right, but that's how you find out if it's right or wrong. So at least that's the way I do it. I mean, I don't know how else to, so I just do it, and that don't feel good, or I'll do this, and so. But once I start, you do that a few times, and pretty soon you're not hardly ever messing with it because then it's pretty much there. So, let's see what we can do with this. Speed-wise, I think I'm pretty good, so let's just leave it the way it is. Let's leave the wing. I'll go put this on temp. Let's leave the wing where it's at. A different car, I think, after this. Again, it just gets us in this should be pretty close with these settings. Again, this is just ballparking everything to see which way I like to go. And right now we're just at Monza. And I want to do a couple other tracks. I want to go over the tracks too, so you can see where they're at. like the AMG, where the AMG feels kind of heavy, the BMW feels a lot lighter car for a, you know, a front engine car, which it should be. It's got a little, it's got a 6-cylinder in it, and it's a lot newer. So plus with all the BOP, they've kind of porked up the AMG. Pretty quick in this thing. It definitely will hit the limiter before you know it. Bit of understeer, probably just a front sway bar adjustment. Woo. Let's go up on the TC1, see if that helps. That mid-range on this thing, just want to light, it just want to lights them up. little hairy, but eh. Same as Audi. But of course, you know, with the Audi, of course, it only has a 5 settings on the wing. I had it at 4. You know, this one, I only have it at a 5 out of 8. So it's, you know, it's more just past the middle. So, I mean, I would try a 4. I would probably go down to a 4 and just see how that is. But, you know, to be honest, I don't want to. I'd probably as low as I go, because you just, it's not worth it to get another mile an hour, but yet, you know, you suck everywhere else. So again, I think it needs a little bit more diff too. It feels like it's unsettled back there. Where looks good. And actually, I was on the number 2 tire still, so I wasn't even a brand new set of tires. I was still on the number 2s. So I just did my fast lap, and I was on that. So you know it'll go faster. So it's not bad. Again, I think I could get it down to, you know, probably down to 48 flats. Maybe in the 47s. Let's watch that last lap. See what kind of speed the BMW has with the 5 wing. Nothing terrible, but it ain't great. It's okay. There's a lot of other cars do that, same speed. So again, it shows I probably wouldn't want to go up unless I could really make it up everywhere else. I said speed is a judgment, but it doesn't have to be. It's not a defining factor. Even here, I still rather have a car that's lap time wise is way faster and a little slower. It don't bother me. So this car has a lot more natural downforce. I mean, obviously it's not that old a car. It's only been out a year, and it's got a lot more natural downforce than, let's say, the AMG. You can just see it in how the fenders are and everything else in the car. You know, you can just see it. It's got a lot more, you know, the body itself has a lot more natural downforce than what, you know, AMG, which is an older car by far. I don't like the BMW. Definitely a car that I like. Just for suggestions, probably what I would try is to go. What I'll do is I do this sometimes like this, because that way, if I forget, then I can try it. You know, I kind of remember when I get back to it. It's already set. Add a little bit more toe in the front just to get some turn in. And then what I would do is lower the anti-roll bar in the back, or in the front, I mean, because like I said, it felt like it just had a little bit of understeer in some of those corners in Lesmo 1 and 2. So just a little bit, one click less there. So that should help that. And then take this back out on the ride height and take one click of wing out. That's probably that's what I'll try next, because that would, adding some toes will help the turn in, even though you're taking some ride height out. And then the wing obviously will give it a little bit less everywhere, but I think that would be a better combo. I'll save this to another setup thing so I can try that. But so see, because I mean, you see my fast was a 148.8 before, so I just knocked like 0.6 of a second off of my fast lap of the BMW. So of course that was before the update. I mean, before the update. So it's been a while since I've been at Monza with it. So again, that's, I'm sure it can go faster than that. So, what next? Hmm. Hmm. Well, you got the Ferrari run a 48.0 there. That was a while ago. Not real big on the Ferrari. I mean, it's a nice car. I just, I don't know. Just not real. It's okay. I don't mind it, but it's just like my AMD car. Got that off of race department. It's kind of cool. I like that. Looks pretty good. Okay, I guess I can try to do a few. I haven't run the Ferrari in a while. See, I got some new setups for it too, so it should be pretty. Let's see what we got. Always can make adjustments to it. See, it doesn't have much wing either. Let's try this on this. Let's see, this already has a lot of downforce. So again, this has a lot of natural downforce, so you don't have to put a lot of wing in it. Kind of like the Lamborghini. Let's just try it there for right now. Yeah, again, I'm kind of new at I should say new at the BMW, but I mean, definitely probably have to do some more on my learning curve on there as far as getting it up to speed. But you got to, so obviously some cars are just not gonna cut it. I mean, as far as, no matter what you do, they're going to be slower. So see, like this, and now back to this, I got to cut the steering range to what was it, 800. That's close enough. Let's up the, I don't know what, I've never done it with this wheelbase, so we'll have to see what the overall force is as far as, uh, Newton meters. Save it to the wheelbase. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it feels like I could do more, but we'll see. Yeah, I haven't run the Ferrari in a long time. I mean, it was the OP car pretty much, when it came out, but now, they kind of neutered it down a little bit. Just a little, but I mean, it's still good. And now the McLaren is pretty much the OP car now. I like the 6-cylinder a lot better than I thought I would. I didn't think I'd like it at all, but it doesn't sound bad. One thing, I think I could go maybe a little bit more on the force feedback, but it's pretty close. Brake ducts are only at 2. I think I need to put them up at 3. They must have been probably really cool or something. Or too much pressure, I should say. Do a couple adjustments. These up to 3. That's better. There you go. I'll leave that alone. That should be closer. One more on there. Just trying some different things. See if I can get a little bit better hookup. That spread looks good. Good tire wear. So that looks good. That out. There we go. All right. Now we can see what the speed is down the straightaway. Wow, good speed. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. So, okay. Well, let's do this. There. Let's just try that. Definitely shows it's got definitely speed. Yeah, it seems to. I'm still loving a new wheel, thanks. I mean, the only negative, like I said earlier, compared to the Fanatec, which I knew it would be the, you know, where you can pick different wheel setups on the right on the fly on your wheel. You know, with the Fanatec, where here I got to go into software, change things, come back. So that's the, you know, big negative, especially to me that I'm jumping in and out of cars all the time. You know, if you have one car or something, that's a totally, you know, no big deal, because you just, you know, it's going to stay on there. But with me, I jumping from one car to another kind of slows me down, because I got to go back in and change the force feedback and the wheel rotation and all this other kind of stuff. So, again, it just, you know, that's this is what you got to deal with. But other than that, it's great. No complaints at all. see if we can get it to go any faster. Again, great mid-range. Now, turbo motor, they're very linear. Dang. Got that curve. I have to raise the front end up one click. This thing has got the best corner entry, I think, of any car. You can just dive on this thing in a corner entry. Brake ducts, and at least the front is. The back's about perfect. Front. Love the way this thing turns in. I'm doing it too easy there. By tenth or more up here if I could ever get this right. Last corner. Pushing it too hard, I guess. Still. I'll see what I can do. At Zandvoort. I'll see what I can do. Kind of a bummer. I should have ran a 47, but y'all saw it. It was in my Delta all the way to the last corner. So it's definitely got it. There's no question. Let's look at this lap here. Just want to look at the, let's see what the speed is with the bigger wing. Still 173. So same speed as it was before. So again, you're making it up for coming off the corner and getting better drive. So that's definitely a better way to go because you got more wing. You got a 5 wing instead of a 4. Matter of fact, might even try 6. So that would be something to try. So who's that? Sorry about that. I don't even know who that was. So let's see. Everything else looks pretty good. Tire wear looks good. I think there's some more here. I got more time here and maybe the bump stops and the range. Any roll bar in the diff wasn't too bad. Only thing with electronics, this needs to go up at least a 3 because it was too loose off the corners. I like to go over that. I might have to raise this up another notch. I don't know. It just comes up on the back. I'll just try. I think I'd be better off with just one wing, going up one more on the wing for right now. So I think I'll just try that the next time. So I'll save this, and I'm gonna something to consider. Everything else is pretty close. Again, really happy with that. 47 is a for sure thing there. I had it as it was, so I can definitely get in the 47s with that. Well, really not much else. I mean, you got the Huracan, which I've already done. I really wasn't going to do that again. 48.15. That's my fast there. So they're all pretty close. I mean, definitely the big difference is the Huracan. Well, the Ferrari's a little faster, and McLaren's my fastest there. That's a 47.4. So you can see how much faster. See, I mean, the McLaren has got it beat on everybody. It's definitely the OP car. I mean, that's just pretty much everywhere. So it's kind of tough. I hate having everybody though. It sucks going into a race and 80% of the field's one car. It's just, I like it where you got a lot of different cars that are close and you got a whole bit, a lot of variety. It makes it a lot funner because every car's different. I mean, the Porsche, I mean, again, I've run a really low 48 there, but so that's the car I really like, but I think we need to start looking at some other tracks. Unless anybody else has something they want to check here at Monza. I pretty much know what the, Lamborghini, I'm sure I can probably get that, pretty much comparable to everything else, maybe even in the 47s. I'd have to look at the setup to see. Let's look at the setup and just see what it looks like. I don't remember what it was, to be honest. I do so many cars, I lose track of what's... oh yeah, I can definitely go probably a lot better than this. Yeah. Let's do this. Yeah. Added one more on the wing. Let's just try it and see. Curious. Updated some stuff. No, I already did the AMG. The AMG I just did this last season. So, I mean, I just ran a season with the AMG. I finished second in the points. I mean, I like but I like the car. I really like the car, but I hate to say it, the BOP is really against it. I mean, especially certain track like Spa, which is not in this season anyway, coming up, but certain tracks they added weight and they took power away, and it's just you're really at a handicap. You got to drive the wheels off that thing just to stay, up in the top half of the field. So we're good there. So let's just take this out and see what this does. Maybe it might be slower. I mean, I don't know. I've messed around a little bit with it, but as far as the Huracan, but I haven't driven it a lot lately. Now I got to change all this again. See, I gotta go and change this. So again, it was like that. I'm gonna leave this about where it's at. It's probably about where I, close. Should change this too, because I got change this down to 50. Just a little change, see if that does anything. Don't know until you try it, right? I can't believe how different it sounds in the Audi. turn in. Of course, everything does compared to the Ferrari. The Ferrari is like ridiculous amount of that thing turns in so fast. Yeah, it's running wide everywhere. Feels like it's missing something. It feels so much heavier than the Ferrari. Yeah, way slower. It's still... Her tires aren't too bad. Front's off a little bit. It feels like it's got no turn in at all. I don't know what speed is down the straightaway with this. I bet you it's way down. Yeah, you're looking at that's the lower part, 170 barely, and I didn't even come in there. So you're about a good 1 or 2 miles an hour down at least. So let's try it again. Which again, it wouldn't be a big deal, but I mean, it's not doing good everywhere else either. So, I mean, lap time wise, I don't care. I mean, if it was doing killer lap times, I wouldn't care. again, this car's got a lot of natural downforce. So you don't need to run a lot of wing. Big advantage of the Lamborghini, he's got the engine braking, which really is nice during a race. You can really adjust the way the car reacts. See what she does now. Couple laps. Better, but still. One more lap. But too deep. Too deep. Let's see what the speed was. We got one less swing. Still not turning in like it needs to. Yeah, it's better. But still, I mean, you're never going to be as fast as some of the other cars, but because it's just, you know, the way that Lamborghini is. But it's getting closer. So, you know, probably leaving it where it's at and probably going down to like a 2-wing or something like that. That's probably the ticket to something like that. Still just doesn't have a lot of turn in, which I don't, you know, I don't care for. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good there. Pretty good on the, as far as the spread. You didn't run it long, so it's kind of hard to tell. But again, something to work on. But I mean, it's, you know, the Lamborghini's really not as strong to me at the real fast tracks. So again, I would be good at some of the other places though. So let's go and look at the tracks that we gotta look at. So here is the tracks in season 9. So you got Oulton Park, Kyalami, Zolder, Imola, Brands Hatch, of course Monza, like I said, Misano, and Bathurst. So, you know, again, like I said, Monza and Bathurst are the only two that have any kind of speed. All these other tracks are slow. I mean, top speed of Misano's like 156, 157. Brands Hatch is like 140 something. Imola, you know, it's 160 something. It's a little faster. Zolder's like 140 something. Kyalami's like 150 something. I mean, so you can see all these tracks really are slow. You only got 2 tracks that have any kind of speed, in Imola, which is in the middle of the ground. It's like a medium. Um, so handling is at a premium for sure. Bumps are at a premium. Oulton Park is super bumpy. Zolder's got those 2 big bumps, the dip and all that. Kyalami is not too bad, but still, I mean, you got a lot of curbings that you go over. Imola, obviously, with the big, huge curbs there. Brands Hatch. So curbs are a major deal everywhere. Misano, you got some, but it's not major. But still, I mean, so again, you need something that handles. You got to have something that handles and can go over the bumps or handle the bumps and curves decently. So that's the issue. So, what is that? What do we all think? Any suggestions? I mean, the Ferrari is good at probably a lot of these places. I probably haven't run it there, so I don't know. The BMW is probably good. Audi, I don't know. Again, Audis don't really know. You know, I like to pick a different car than I had. I had the AMG and I've run the Lamborghini, so I really rather not pick those because that's what I had the last time. You know, I like the Porsche, but that's not bad, but I'm not sure how I would do with it. I'm really gun shy of it because it's not where it needs to be. Um, I don't mind the McLaren, but unfortunately, I'm sure the half the field will be McLaren Evos. So, BMW. Yeah, I mean, I like the BMW. So again, that's something to consider. Let's take the BMW. Let's try a couple places and see what it looks like. Well, we got. Let's try. Let's try Zolder. Run, you know, so I need to be running at least that. Don't have an updated setup for it, so that's something don't have anyway. So let's see what we got. Let's go with this. Hmm. Knock those up. Okay. Let's try this. Let's go with this and see how it does. Oh, I know. I got to adjust tires. Let's just go down a little bit. Anybody else got any other ideas? No. All right. Well, let's see what we do with this. Oh yeah, I gotta pause it. I gotta change this again. Let's try that. I gotta put this back down. It's close. So anybody like Zolder? I love Zolder for a little track. It's a fun little place. Nice about the BMW, you don't carry gear higher. You don't have to have it on oil all the time. no setup. I think it's an easier car to drive. BMW's not that bad. I mean, you don't have to really wrestle around. What it is. Oh, I think it can definitely go quicker for sure. It's definitely low on the pressures here. So, I mean, as far as the tires, I mean, it looks like they can even go a little bit more. So there's definitely more in this. There's no question. Definitely more in this. I don't like the way it takes the bumps either. I mean, it can definitely be more solid. So something else that's you just got to work on. It takes time to get all this dialed in. But definitely a possibility. It's got pace. For me, I mean, that's decent time. I'd like to be getting in the 28s, race pace. Really, that's where I need to be. But I think that's doable because I'm only a couple tenths away. And there's definitely more in it. Let's just look at the last lap. Yeah, no, I'm not a big Ferrari fan either, but it does drive well. It's a great driving car. I'm just not big on the looks as far as the. That's just me. I mean, that's all subjective. So I guess I'm weird. I like the BMW. I've always liked it, even though people didn't like the front end. I mean, I know it was different, but I didn't mind it. It looks aggressive to me. So, and actually, it's grown on me even more. I like it even more. That's definitely a good car. I mean, you can go basically anywhere and it, will work good. And again, I call it a middle of the ground as far as total downforce. I mean, it's got good downforce. Not as, you know, not as good as maybe a Lamborghini or the McLaren Evo, but I mean, it's there. It's a lot better than the AMG. That's the issue. It's got, you know, and it's got a lot more linear power. Gears are a little bit different. I like the gearbox because, you know, the AMG's really good too, but this is, you know, with the combination with the motor, you can pull a gear higher, and that really will get you, you know, helps you hook up and helps your time. So that's definitely an option. I want to try about the Audi. I like the Audi, but the issue with the Audi is it reminds me of the AMG. It's just, as far as downforce, you got to run pretty much max wing everywhere, or almost max wing. Now I was just working on a setup for this, just doing some, trying a few things out. Let's see how it does. Of course, I got to go in, change this again. Oops. Hit the wrong one. Love the sound of this car. That's why I really do enjoy driving almost all the cars. I mean, they all are so unique. Sound, feel, you know, just, oh, way too deep. God, I love the sound of this Evo too. Definitely a screamer, that's for sure. consistent. Look at that. Like, what, 5,000ths of a second or something. So it's consistent. Somebody likes the Lambo. Like the Lambo, Arian? Oh, I like the Lambo too. I do wish it would sound more like the Audi. Audi just has such a better sound. Just sounds more raw, more aggressive. Again, this isn't bad. Tire wear looks really good. Yeah, if anything, it could probably go a little bit more, but probably could go like that. But I think it's, again, it's not a bad car. I mean, the negative of it is, like I said, it's still based on kind of an older car, even though it is an Evo 2. The Audi has kind of like the AMG. It's been around a while, and it doesn't have a lot of downforce, really, not compared to newer cars. The Huracan is pretty and much improved over what it was, but you got the Ferrari, which has got a lot of downforce. The BMW has a lot of downforce. The Porsche should. So again, that's where I think that car is broken, because it should have a lot of downforce, and it doesn't feel like it does. So let's look at the replay. Yes, I got this livery a while ago off a race department. I really like it. We call it Audi Sport Champions Edition. It looks really nice with all the older Audi cars that are on there. Good speed there. Good thing about it changes directions really good. Again, a shorter wheelbase car, which at these shorter tracks like Brands Hatch here, a lot of these tracks, you really need something that can change directions. Make quick turns. The bump's decent too, really not too bad. I'm sure it can be better also. I mean, so that's not bad. Not as fast as the BMW. Still a couple tenths off of that. Yeah, because I ran 2 tenths faster in the BMW, so. Let's grab the Porsche. I don't know if anybody saw this. I had Mario do this for me. A little bit different livery for my Porsche. It's just carbon fiber, the raw carbon fiber with the green added onto it. I thought it looked different. I got that one, and then I got the other one. Got the normal one. It's got the white with the darker hood. So it kind of changed it up a little bit. I thought it looked kind of different. Guess I'm a carbon fiber nut. Let's see what this does. Okay. Just working on a setup. It looks like a little while ago. Let's take a look at it. Pretty good. Let's take this back down. This looks good. Leave that alone. Got a maxed out wing, so let's try that and see how it works. Of course, got to change my thing again here. Do that. Yeah, Porsche's like 800. Don't know about the... yeah, I'll just guess at it here. Hey, Paulo. The FOV, I think it's 30. I think I got it at 30. I love the Porsche. I just wish it had more grip. Lock up. For a new car, this thing should be way faster than what it is. Lock up. It's better, but let's try something else. Let's try this. There. Let's try that. Let's try this. Tire wear. Let's see. Tire wear. It's not bad. Okay. Let's give it one more try. Too hot, cold tires. You almost gotta tune this thing like a mid-engine car now. Drop any time. No, too deep. Just went over it. Still want to walk up the front. final lap. A little better, but still. Better. Down where the BMW is. Even with that doing the Evel Knievel over the chicane there. If I wouldn't have done that, I would have probably gained another 10th or more. Let's go back. Oh, shoot. That was on the same tires. I forgot to change tires again. Oh, that's not too bad over on the worn tires. They weren't even new. So, that's pretty good. So, I actually picked up a decent amount. Let's take a look at the last lap. All four wheel, boom. Let's see. Look at that. See how look how the back end. See, this is where I say something is wrong with the car. Okay. Now, I've tried different spring combos and everything else, and this is what I say is wrong in the Porsche, because this is what it does on the pit stop. Now watch what it does going down into the chicane. And you can't. There's just no way it's right. There's just no way. And I've tried different springs, softer, stiffer, tight bump stops, loose bump. I've tried all kinds of different stuff, and it's just like it does when you're in the in the pits. Now watch when it goes through here. Look at that. Look at that. It literally comes off the ground. Going through here. I mean, it's literally the back end's coming off. It's just launching off the ground. And I've tried different stuff and nothing ever changes it. So I still say something is wrong with the car and it shouldn't do that on the pit stop when you're doing a pit stop either. It should not bounce like that. I mean, if you look at the other Porsches, any of the other ones, they don't do that. They just normal drop. But when you're this car, it hits, it bounces like it's got pogos on it or something. I mean, 129.2 is about, like I said, is where the Audi was, or not Audi, but the BMW. Look at that. Look at that. Do you see that? Do you see that? Watch that thing bounce when it comes down. Look at that. Boing, boing. I don't know. But anyway, I wish, Kunos would come out and do a BOP adjustment, another update, and it seems like the Porsche has never been right. I mean, it's, as far as something going on, why it bounces that way. I don't know. And you could pick the first gen Porsche. Now see that? And you just, I mean, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Now if you go hit replay, watch it when it comes down. That's not near what the newer one is double that. And it literally bounces off the back end especially. And it does the same thing going down in that chicane down there. It does the same thing. A beautiful car. Absolutely gorgeous car right there. And of course, I have the, one of my favorites too is, not that one. That one. Got the Grillo new and the new one. Got that off a race department. That's a cool looking car. Well, let's go to Zandvoort and work on that just for a second. See what it looks like. I haven't even run this car here, so let's see what we can do with this. See, nothing. I have nothing. Let's see what we can do. Kind of put the same kind of setup as I had at Zolder. See what that Let's see what that does. At least close to it anyway. That'll be perfect. That's good enough. Don't need this. This can all come down. Let's see. Yep. Yeah, that's close. Really high in the front. I'm gonna run the 10 wing like I did before. And just a little lower. I'll do like that. Just lower the whole car. You lower the whole car down, and we'll see if it gets over the bump. I don't really remember any bad bumps you got to. That one curb you got to hit, but we'll see if it goes over. It should go over that, no problem. Let's leave it there. This is just a... Let's see what we can do. Adjust my... Just needs a little bit more force feedback. There we go. Kind of curious what it feels like when it goes through that slick section back there in the S's. Because it's, that slick section back there, you get, before when I had the Fanatec, it would just feel like I had no force feedback at all. So kind of curious to see what it feels like now. One, in the Porsche that I've not been in here. As you can see, I have no setup. And also with the new wheelbase, with the eSENIORS wheelbase. I haven't been here in a long time. Wow. What's up with that? That is absolutely night and day different. Little understeer, need to work on that. Can't believe how different it feels going through there. If anybody else had that, we're going through the S's and it just felt like it was nothing. pretty good. Man, my tires are off just a little bit. Definitely understeer. Of course, the tires are way off too. Gotta make some big changes. One. Well, that's really not that bad, but I guess you gotta go to 5 maybe? Probably 5. Yeah, because this is like... Probably need to knock off about 4 at least. 4 here. These need to go up. And these to go up a good amount too. Because that's the tire that hits that curb. So that needs to go up at least about 6. Same here. Okay. This needs to go up 1 more. It needs to go up another. It's closer. Tires, it's not too bad. Spread wise. Wear is, you know, decent. Pretty close. Not bad. Oh. Go over Motec here in a minute. Well, you won't regret it, Dark Knight, because it's the only thing, like I said in one of my video, is, you know, you might want to just get the regular black seat. It might be fine instead of the one I got, which is, it reclines, but I mean, it's not that great of a seat. The one-piece black one might be a better deal, and it's cheaper. Micro Center rules, man. I bought my TV there. The one I'm using, you know, for my monitor. I bought so much stuff at Micro Center. It's ridiculous. I bought one of the computers. My main gear that I used to have, that my son has now. I bought that there. I've bought so many headphones. I bought a ton of stuff at that place. I should be like a preferred customer or something. All right, let's try this. This should definitely make a be disappointed if it doesn't do better. Cannot believe the difference and feel over here. I mean, every car I've ever had, even when it was really dialed in good, to these S's always felt pretty numb. Just felt like there was no grip. Whoa. I mean, yeah, you could feel a little less grip than like the other places, but it's not like it just is gone. It's still got, you know, you still have force feedback and it's still resistance and you can feel it. I mean, compared to before where it would just be like, felt like I just hit water or something. Much better. See what it does here. Oh yeah, much better. Much better. Up. Dang it, running wide everywhere. Cars still go too high. definitely. That's happy with that. Let's check Motec now. It'll be a good time to check that. It's still way too hot, though. Man. Hmm. Let's see if that does it. Actually needs to get a little better, a little hotter there. This is pretty good. Yeah, I tell the tires are getting a little yellow and they're just getting a little warm. You know, that wear's all right. I mean, the wear is, you can tell it actually looks pretty good on the wear part. I mean, it's all even across. So that's not bad. It's decent. Need to check Motec. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm kind of laughing at Dark Knight. Yeah, I know. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. As far as she's really good actually. I mean, look what I just got all this stuff. I mean, she's actually really good about it. So I can't say anything. She don't say nothing. She, if we have the money, just go ahead and do it. You only live once, so you might as well enjoy what you do. I don't do much. I mean, this is it. I don't have much spare time anyway, so I really don't do anything. So this is pretty much it. So she knows it, and I guess maybe she knows I'm home, not getting into trouble, any kind of trouble. So that's another reason she doesn't mind it, because she knows if I'm doing this stuff, between my models, which again I'm having a model really, I'm not calling it premiere, but it's something a little different. It's the same, but it's different. So I hope y'all watch that video. It'll be coming out probably Sunday. But I just, again, my models and doing my stuff with the channel and my sim racing, she knows that I'm staying home and not getting in trouble. Hello, Aaron. Yeah, I mean, what I'm changing, I mean, let's go really back over it really quick. Um, it won't take too long. I mean, basically, I'm changing the toe. That gives me a little bit more turn in when you do negative toe in the front. That just helps that turn in, that initial turn in. Um, I might even, so anytime you go more, you want to keep it limited though, because you get a little bit more chance of graining and tire wear when you do that, and it also builds heat. So you got to be really careful. So again, that's something that you can do. Of course, negative camber. I go off of my tires, what it's telling me. I try to have a separation, at least just a teeniest bit. Uh, that tells me that the whole tire is pretty much contacting it. I mean, we could go a little less, but it would probably start understeering. So you can see like the wear is 92, 93, 94. So that means the inside is wearing more than the outside. Okay, which it should over here, because the left side is what takes the beating as Zandvoort. The right side doesn't. So actually, I could go less over here, which I probably will. Here, this left side takes an absolute. That's why they're always yellow on the left side, because you're constantly doing right-hand turns, and they're fast right-hand turns, not just slow ones. So that's why, and you want to, basically you want to see a little bit of a spread. This is a little bit. I could go. I mean, I might try more. Go out the max to four, to go over to four negative camber. So I probably will do that. And the same thing with here. We could go maybe a teeny bit more, because it's just a teeny bit different. But that's what I'm doing here. So basically, like I could go here. I'll leave this alone because it's already got a good spread on it. And here, I'll probably go back down and go up one here. So again, trying to get a bigger spread on the left side. The right side doesn't need it because the right side has not as many fast right-hand turns. So all the wear's on the left. So that's why I do that. That is the reason. That should actually help it doing that adjustment just right there. Of course, TC1 and TC2 are, I've explained before, basically just that's corner entry. That's basically from apex off if you have a 1 and a 2. Mechanical, of course, this helps, especially with basically corner entry and middle of the corner where you can get some understeer or you can feel like the car is binding up, and that's basically like an oversteery type thing, and that's where you can adjust the front bar. Of course, brake bias, I mean, you're trying to also look at the front and rear. I mean, what's the difference here? You want the rear to wear more. And it is, even though this left side takes a beating, it's still wearing more. So that's good. So that means that we are really close here on the brake bias. We can get a little bit more aggressive. You don't, again, you can push that to wear it even more. But the disadvantage of that, the flip side of that, is if you wear the rear too much over the front, what'll happen is the car will get very loose, oversteery near the end of a stint. So you want to try to keep these as close as you can because this is going to accelerate. It's going to wear, faster and faster. So again, this is pretty close. You probably keep it here, maybe a little bit more brake bias, but pretty much that's probably about it. Of course, steering ratio, we all know about that. Springs, basically it's just limiting the car where it's sitting as far as the ride. It's not a shock. So it's basically the spring is holding the car up and, going through corners where you're, whether you're on the brakes, from the car bottoming it out, from the car pitching to one side or the other. Okay. So, I mean, if you're in a hard corner to the left and the car doesn't have enough spring, the car is going to over rotate on that corner. So again, we could even do that with this. I could, maybe even do a split setup, so you can have this like this and soften this side. I might try that sometime. And of course, the bump stop rates and ranges, again, is to keep the car from pitching any one way, but yet going over the bumps and not up too abruptly. So again, you want to go over the bumps or the curbs, but not too abruptly. You don't want the car to, on the brake or on the gas, pitch any one direction too abruptly. So again, that's where the bump stop rates come in. It also makes the car react. Also, the bump stop rates and ranges make a difference in how fast or slow it reacts. So if you want the car to react, really fast, a tighter bump stop range really makes the difference on that. As far as your input, any roll bar pretty much is the rear. I mean, that's all rear of the car, and the diff is when does the diff lock up. So again, you don't want the car to get oversteery middle of the corner because one wheel's spinning faster than the other. And of course, you want the anti-roll bar is mainly from the apex off. You want the car to, how much does it rotate in the middle, like that last corner. I mean, this is where the anti-roll bar comes in pretty good amount because you want in the first corner, the last corner and the first corner, because you want the car to rotate going through there, of course. And of course, in the last corner, you're not on the brakes, you're on the gas. So you need the car to rotate, and that really, this rear bar makes a big difference there. But again, you got to watch it because if you get too much, then you'll end up going down in the bowl. The car will get loose and you'll loop it. So again, you got to, I might try one more through there. And sometimes you can counter that with the diff. Maybe it's just a teeny bit too oversteery. You can just go one click on the diff and that will tighten it up a teeny bit. So that's, something else that you can do. Of course, shocks are a whole different situation. Of course, with the front, the more you go down in the front, the more it's going to turn or rotate. The more you lift up in the back, it's going to rotate. Mainly corner entry and change direction. So if you lift it up more in the rear, it's gonna put the weight to the front, and it's gonna want to change direction quick. But the disadvantage of that is it could do it too quick, and you end up looping the car. So again, it's finding that balance. And one thing with the newer Porsche, it is compared to before, is it doesn't mind being lifted up 1 or 2 clicks off the nose. Where the older Porsche, you always want to run it right on the, you would always want to go right to the bottom, right all the way down. Well, now with the new update in this Porsche, it actually doesn't mind it being up a little bit. So, again, take that as you will. But, again, the lower the center of gravity, the more downforce, the lower you can bring the car, the lower center of gravity, the better it usually handles, and also speed-wise down the straightaway. So, again, you're trying to find a balance to where you still go over curbs without upsetting the car, and you can rotate, but it doesn't over-rotate. So, again, that's just a quickie. Those are things that I'm trying to accomplish. But let's look at Motec. It doesn't look too bad, to be honest. I mean, for right out of the box, I still say that they get a lot closer than what they used to. Every time I've checked it, like for the first time, it's not near as bad as what it used to be. There we go. Yeah, see, I mean, this could come down a little bit. This can come up a little bit, actually. It's not way off or anything. I mean, it's off a little bit, but I mean, I'll take this down. Take that down. And here, we really would like to come up. It's only like 46, and that's 47, but it's not just that. You're not getting all the way up the graph like the rebound is. So you really want to be, I always try to have these as close as I can get them to, as far as next to each other. I mean, if they're off a little, that's fine if they're off, but I hate to have them like way off. I try to have them a little closer. So this actually needs to come up. So I probably will just go 2 on each one just to bring them up a little bit more. Here, again, it's like 49. That's 48, 49. Again, they need to come down. This looks really good here. These look really good. It just needs to go up a little higher. But this, you can see how this is. That just needs to come down. Don't like that. And then this here, again, it's a little too high. You see how it's coming up really high there, real high here. So these need to come down. So again, that's, pretty much, you're checking this constantly, just absolutely all the time. Now, to help it turn, you could, like I said, I could go down here, and you could either lower this or raise this. Well, you try both ways. We'll try to raise it. So again, we'll have basically a staggered setup, because a lot of times, again, you're going right-hand turns really fast, and you want the car to rotate that way. It might hurt it a little bit in that S's part, but again, you just got to see if it's worth it or not. If it's not worth it, then you just go back the other way. But it's something to try. So we made a lot of changes. That should be better, I hope. Yeah, it's the Voodoo page. Yeah, well, there's a lot going on here. I mean, you got so many things between the bars, the bump stop rates, ranges, springs. I mean, there's a lot. That's probably it's a pretty busy page as far as all this stuff, so I don't blame you on that. But to be honest, the biggest changes that make the biggest difference is the aero. Your ride heights and your wing make the biggest changes overall to the car, as far as the balance, as far as speed, as far as, you know, weight on the rear, weight on the front, all that. This is probably makes your biggest differences is what the car's attitude is. But, you know, again, you know, springs make a big difference. You get, you know, I really am amazed how much in ACC that springs make so much of a difference as far as how the car reacts, how it feels, all kinds of stuff. So but a lot of times that stuff, you got to just try it. You can't just, you know, just plug and play type of thing. All right, well, let's go look at a replay, which is the last lap. Let's look at the speed. Decent speed. Not great, but it's okay. Yeah, got some lock up there for sure. That's you know, again, you want to use the whole track. A lot of times when I've helped people, you know, coaching, a lot of times that's what they don't, you know, they're not using the whole track, going from line to line. They're especially here at Zandvoort, they're way off. They're like a half a car length, and that's something everybody needs to practice, is use as much track as you can, you know, unless it's way off the line. But I mean, a lot of times, you know, that's the biggest mistake I see in drivers that are, you know, haven't raced a lot. They don't use the whole track. They only use about 70% of it, and that's what a lot of time is. You see, I'm on the edge. I mean, I'm literally on the white line or the edge of the curve everywhere. About 157, 158. That's not bad. That's right there. Mid 36 is not terrible for a first time, for, you know, for me. Let's go ahead and do a lap. See if the changes we made, see if it helps. I'm kind of worried about the tires. I mean, they're kind of, you know, they're kind of high. You know, as far as the left side, it's kind of making me a little nervous. I mean, again, you know, I can only go up one more on the front as far as my brake ducts, and it's not even high. So imagine if it was really hot out here. So yeah, just a little concerning there. But yeah, you got to watch that curb, keep the right front. You want to need to keep it at max pressure. Even a little over doesn't hurt it because the right front is not only, corners like this one right here. I can't believe how different it feels to there. It's unbelievable. It's night and day compared to my DD2 that I had on my Fanatec. I mean, it's not even close. Especially the Porsche. The Porsche felt the worst. Not even, of course I haven't been here with it, but I mean other tracks aren't as bad as far as grip. Yeah, look at that. You want that car to rotate without hardly any input. Very free. I got a break earlier through there or something. I'm locking up. I had the money to get that Porsche wheel. Oh man, that thing's awesome. It's like $2,200 or something like that. Got the screen on it. It's like the RSR wheel. Oh, that's awesome. It definitely feels better. Too deep. Blew my lap. Better this time. I totally blew it last time. better. Right. All right. That's a good lap time for me for this. I'll make this a setup. I'm gonna increase this to 5 because it's still running a little too hot. I should bring that down another couple degrees, so I'll raise that up a little bit, but it should be close. This is still, I like it right around 27. Come down a little bit on this right rear, because a lot of times if you want to put more rear brake to it, you got to have some leeway here because it's going to put more heat. You know, it's going to break the tires up some more. So you got to have always try to set it up so you have a little leeway. So if you want to put more brake bias to it, you're not going to over pressure your tires. So again, I try to run them, you know, like 26.7, 26.8, and then if you knock it some more brake bias, you still got a little bit of wiggle room there. But the fronts, I try to keep them right near 27. You know, a little under's fine, but you know, when they get up, even if it's a little bit over, I don't have an issue, especially if it's not the load side. You know, this side here goes over that big curb and you lose air pressure. So you want to have this right up near set 27. Even if it's 27.1 at the hottest or something, it's no big deal. But yeah, this works really well. I'm really happy with this. Tire wear looks good. See, again, it's still, you know, don't have a spread like I wanted it to. It's still pretty tight. But you look on this side, and it's good. So everything looks really good. I'm really happy with this. It came together actually pretty good, you know, a lot quicker. I'm sure there's more time in it. I'm sure of that. I mean, you could work on the bump stop rates and ranges a little more. We'll go over Motec again. I mean, I want to go over that again to see what that looks like. All right. Okay, so there's that. Again, you know, you go over bumps and stuff, and it kind of messes it up a little bit, but yeah. All right. Yeah, it must have hit something in here with the left front. Let's see, it's a lot closer here and here. This is still off. Again, we must have hit something or something. But, you know, you compare it, I mean, it's a pretty big difference. I mean, you compare it to the other, and you can see on the, you know, on the scale how the difference is. It's pretty good difference. And you look at this. I mean, you can see how high this is on the bump on the rear, and now it's way, you know, now it's got a little, you know, it's a lot better, a lot more improved. So again, you know, I think we made some pretty good gains on that. Let's see. Well, let's look at this one and see. It's 48, 49. It's not bad. It can go up maybe a little bit more. It's 49. That can go up a little bit more. So, I'll raise this just one click. Here, again, it's no, it's a little high. So it can come back down. Just one click. This is 49. It's not too bad. Again, just minor. I'll go down one click. And this is 51, 51. So again, really, it's just needs to come down a little bit. I'm just going to go down one click here on the top. So again, I think, you know, it was really close. So again, I think it came out pretty good. And again, we'll make this a setup. Oh, just one letter. Just leave it there. All right. So I think that's pretty solid. Let's look at the last. Last lap. Again, you want to go through very free. Still 157 or so. I don't know, first or second here, I'm not really sure. Either way, I guess. I mean, if you can carry enough speed, second would be good. That's better. Didn't lock it up. Again, you need to brake early enough so you don't lock up the left front. Right to the edge. Again, right to the edge. Over the curb. Right to the edge. Second gear here, help the car hook up. Of course, I'm trying to take into account that the car will probably get a little looser as the tires wear. Um, Usually anyway. I mean, without me doing a long stint to double check it. So again, I think it's really solid. Now we'll go over. So just in case, I'm not going to talk about it, but you know, you can freeze the video later or take a picture of it for the console users. And that's, again, I've had a question about that, which I need to reply to him on the Discord. I think it was console users. I usually go over the setup like this so you all can either take pictures of it or, you know, just pause the video and plug in the numbers, because that's the only way you can do it. There's no way you can decipher off of the file. The file, there's just no way. And you can't, you know, plug it in like a PC. So that's the reason I do this, is so you can see each page. And of course I talk about it anyway, like adjustments that you can make and things like that. But of course these were, but I mean, I do that so you can copy it down whichever way you want to. But if somebody else knows how to do it better, I mean, I'll be glad to any ideas. But you know, consoles, you really don't have a lot of. I didn't think you really have too much of an option. But again, really happy with this setup since I haven't been here. I haven't raced it. I haven't ran anything at Zandvoort in a while. But you know, I'm really assuming the car might get a little looser. You know, in a later on a stint. So I'm trying not to have the car too free and too, because then, you know, you'll end up looping it. So I'm trying to keep it in a little bit of reserve. You know, if it does, I would just probably knock the ride height down maybe 1, or mainly take the anti-roll bar and go back to 3. I'd probably just do something like that. But I would try it here first and see how it does. Oh, I don't remember who asked for the setup. Let me see. Hey, Kevin. I have the Asetto Invicta base and Forte wheel. I still got the same Invicta pedals. So I mean, I've had those when they first came out. So I've had them for like a year now. But now, you know, I still have those. But of course, I got it on my new rig, my new cockpit. But you know, basically, I just got it all matching up now with the base and the wheel. Of course, you know, the wheel is okay. I mean, it's not a bad wheel. I kind of rather not have it so V'd like it is. I'd rather have it more straight. Um, but and the biggest thing is the shifters. I mean, I can reach it, but it's just I can't. I don't have a real good grip, and some of it's my hand. I don't have real good grip on my hands anymore from injuries and stuff. So I hate it when I can't really grab a hold of something and I gotta take almost my whole hand off, or I'm just holding on with my thumb pretty much, just so I could reach the shifter pedals, or, you know, the paddles. So you know, again, you know, this is okay. It works. It still works fine. It's worked flawlessly. I've only had it for like, you know, a week and a half now. And it's absolutely worked perfectly. I can't. There's not a single thing I can say that a negative as far as how it operates. It works. It feels good. No problems. I would definitely like the you know, looking at getting a different wheel. As a matter of fact, I'm going to order some stuff here probably this weekend. I got to order some more stuff. I want to order a quick disconnect, you know, so I can put another wheel on it. And I'll probably order, they got a kit for the brake pedal to give you a little bit more travel. I'll probably get that. And it comes with different polymers. So I'm going to probably get, you know, I'm going to probably order a few things this weekend, because I want to see if I can just again, it's details. It's little things like that that can really, you know, can move you up another tenth or two or whatever per lap. And, you know, when I'm trying to do the best I can, that all makes a difference to me. So, I mean, that's just dialing things in to make it better suited for my, you know, for myself. It might not, but I mean, you never know. So again, I really think the base is helping me be a little quicker anyway over the Fanatec. To be honest, I still say that. I still say it's worth at least on an average of 3 or 4 tenths right now, at least, and it's, you know, sometimes less, sometimes more. So compared to what I was doing with the Fanatec. So again, um, you know, that's worth something too. But I mean, I had to do something anyway because my Fanatec died. So it wasn't like that. I just did an upgrade, and you know, which that's okay too. But you know, I was just going to keep using it. Um, but unfortunately, I'm not really sure if it was the wheel. I think it's something in the base that communicates with the wheel, and that's what gave it. Just kept giving me more and more problems. I mean, it's done it to me. I don't know how many times, and then I got to put all everything in. I got to redo everything, and it's a big pain in the neck. So, but this last time I couldn't even get it to. I couldn't even get that to work. So that was kind of a bummer. But you know, just spend the money and do this. So, well, let's look at. I think I'm gonna look at Oulton Park because it's bumpy. Now, Oulton Park, again, I have not run this car there, the Porsche. So let's try um, let's try this car there and see what it does. Pick a different car. Go back to my original. You see I did a 34 flat in the older Porsche, but that's with the old update. So really, if I can get in the 34s, it'd probably be pretty good. I really don't know. Again, Oulton Park's not, you know, it's not that I don't mind it, but it's just it's pretty rough track. So again, I want to see how it goes. And again, you can see I have no setup, nothing. Again, it's not a track that a lot of people really ask for as far as setups, so I don't spend the time doing it. Let's see what we got here. It's gonna not do too much. Just leave it the way it is, pretty much. Just do a few adjustments. I got it really, really soft in the rear. See, they only got an 8-wing here. Put a little bit more wing to it. All right. Well, let's see what this does. Again, this is just for. I'm not gonna dial in a whole nother setup, but I really would like to see what kind of pace it has here while I got this. While I've been driving the Porsche, might as well just check it. See how it beats me to death here. Porsche was my best car, I think, here before. Feel too bad. Tires need to go up for sure. Flat, that's not awful. I mean, it's not great, but tires are way off. That's okay. That's okay. Let's see. We got. Let's see. Not much. Let's see. This should go up. 6. That should go up. There. There. All right. Let's get a little bit more here. Just a little bit more caster, camber. Oh, that's a lot of... Huh? I'm going to knock that down just a teeny bit. Just because I don't, you really need to have good turn in here, and that kind of hurts it. Let's see. Go. I don't know, this might not help too much, but just trying it. Let's see what it does. I want to try the BMW here. Yeah, I want to try the BMW, see what it does. These bumps. Too loose. Yeah, all it is made an adjustment on the TC2 with the help. Much better. Much better. Hey, Andrew. Hey, Aaron. I was considering, well, really anything's up for grabs, but I hate running the cars I just did. I mean, I ran the AMG this last year and the Lamborghini the season before that. So, of course, I won the championship in the Lamborghini. But, I had great pace in the AMG, but, I missed a race. That hurt because of my base went out. And I actually won the last race. You look it up, the video. I don't know if you watched it, but I won the last race at Mount Panorama. Got a couple good breaks, but I mean, I still would have been on the podium in the AMG. So again, a good car. I finished second in the points, which I'm really, really happy with. I got tons of respect for I mean, these guys are, I mean, you got to give it everything. These guys are so fast. I mean, I know it's a senior league, but I mean, Chris Moses, Peter Wolfensteiner. I mean, he's won the championship. I mean, he was pretty much untouchable. I mean, Brad Marys. I mean, you got, if John Saunders comes back, he was in the one before that. He's really fast too. So maybe he'll be back. I think he missed it this last season, but you got tons of people in there. I mean, you got tons of people that anybody can give you. I had good races with Paulo that was in here. I had good races with so many, Chris Holmes, or Craig Holmes, not Chris, Craig Holmes. There's just all kinds of different people. So I mean, I really need to have something that's at least, I don't have to pick the OP car, but I just want something that I enjoy driving, but something it's got at least chance to finish up near the front. I mean, I don't really want to, get something that's completely out to lunch. So at least that's, you get the BMW M6. I love that car too, and I love driving that car. So again, I enjoy driving all these cars, but I mean, I want something that's at least where I got a chance to get on the podium, maybe a chance. So, I'm not going to do any more on this. This is good. I mean, I haven't even touched Motec yet. So this is really happy with the pace the Porsche has, which doesn't really surprise me at Oulton Park since I had my fastest lap with the Porsche, before, in the 1.8 here. So, because it seems to me handling is going to be pretty much a forte, even more so this season, because most of the tracks are handling tracks. They're like this. They're like they're Brands Hatch. They're, Zolder. I mean, you got tracks that really, if you're even off a little bit in handling, you're going to be losing positions. So it's going to be close racing. Got to try to figure out, what works really good. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm thinking about the Porsche. Even though I'm scared to death of it as far as it biting me in the rear end, but I love the car. So Porsche's there, BMW's there, the M4 obviously. I was thinking about the Audi too. I like the Audi Evo too. I mean, I like that car. It's different. I even was thinking about the Ferrari, but I know a lot of people probably have it. I'm not really a big Ferrari person, even though the car is great to drive. I always usually run decent in it. So. I don't know. Maybe it's too easy. Maybe that's probably my problem. I don't like stuff that's that to me you get stuff and it's just so easy that it just. you know, I guess it takes some of the challenge away. I guess I don't know. I'm guessing, but I like stuff. You know, look at that thing bounce. I like stuff that, you know, you really gotta work to get it, which you do anyway, even if you have something handling really good. But I mean, I'm just talking about the driving experience is really, and I hate to be like everybody else and pick the OP car and everybody else has it. I mean, it's just, I don't know, makes it almost, you might as well be like a spec race. Uh, Not really. I mean, to be honest, I mean, I would take the BMW and the Porsche. Both should be good in the rain races. But, you know, they don't usually have too much rain. If they do, it'd be like one race because a lot of guys complain about it. And I didn't like the rain events that they had. They weren't really rain events. They were in, but I mean, basically, you had to run slicks in the rain because it was, if you had rains, they got too hot. So it really was a messed up thing. I didn't like the way eSENIORS had it this last time. That's just my opinion. I mean, I don't mind rain if it's rain, and I don't mind the transition when it's drying out. I don't have an issue like that either. But when it's like the whole time it's the same condition where basically it's just spitting rain, and it's like the conditions in the track are pretty much just that in between. It makes it really difficult. I mean, I've raced a ton of races in the rain. Um, I don't mind them that bad, really, to be honest. Um, I don't mind. I don't like flooding too much. If it's just normal rain, that's not that big a deal. But flooding is again, that makes it a little bit not so fun if it's flooded. But you know, again, so we know what the bar is set to. I mean, pretty much a 34 or mid 34. So again, we'll grab. I really like this BMW. These are nice cars. I like them in real life too. If I could afford one, I'd go get one. I like the M4 competition. Really nice cars. I did test drive one. I almost bought one about a year and a half ago when they first came out. I almost bought one. They drive really nice. So I really like it spec'd a certain way. But yeah, I mean, I never owned a BMW before, but I mean, I like it. I think it's an aggressive looking car. I give props to BMW for just making it look that way, you know, aggressive. I think it looks cool. Um, well, it says I ran a 34.28 here, so let's see what I know that's the old setup, old update. So let's see what one thing I like about the BMW is it is easier to drive as far as, you know, getting the most out of it. You don't have to kill yourself doing it. So let's see what we got. I'm just gonna guess at it here. Just guess at it. Put a kind of a base deal here. Looks good. One good thing about the BMW, I think it gets better mileage than the Porsche. The Porsche doesn't get that good of mileage. You know, any naturally aspirated car does not get that good of mileage. I mean, if you look at the Audi, the Lamborghini, the AMG, the Porsche, any of them, they all don't get that good of mileage. It's just they got to turn so much RPM and it just sucks more gas. I'm gonna leave it at this, really. Let's see. Leave that here. This doesn't look too bad, actually. little bit more wing to it. Let's leave it like that. Okay, let's see what it does. Oh yeah, of course we got to change our deal again. Again, that's the only negative of this at the Ace Attack, but that's the way it is. I'll knock this back down. Because again, the BMW has the most force feedback, so you don't need to add more to it. It's got so much to it anyway. So let's try that. For Spa, I'm sure the McLaren is. McLaren's pretty much the OP car anywhere you go, really. Be honest, it's pretty much usually the car to beat. You know, Lamborghini's probably close second. But to be honest, McLaren's really got it, especially at Spa. The car's hard to beat. I don't mind the McLaren. I mean, I've done really good times in it, but I definitely don't like the rear end of the car. It has that disconnected feeling, especially on slow turns. It wants to just do goofy stuff. So I don't know. I mean, that's just me. It's still fast. It's still. I mean, it's still. I'm not saying it isn't fast. It's still really fast. But you know, I like the gear ratios on this car are really good. On the BMW, good torque for these, for these kind of courses that have a lot of slower corners. When I test drove the M4, that thing will put you in the seat, boy. You step on it, and you can feel the torque in that thing. It takes off. Really impressive for a straight six. I mean, a lot of six cylinders, I really like the sound of them. I mean, compared to what I thought, when I first was thinking about it. But, I mean, the Nissan, the Godzilla, I love the way that thing sounds. It sounds great. The Ferrari, I was kind of, figured I think it was going to sound terrible, and it didn't. It sounds really good. This car sounds good. they were on the Corsa. One thing I like better about the BMW than the Porsche is the shifting. This thing shifts perfectly with the Porsche and the AMG both. They're more pickier when you're downshift. Same times. It's a little faster. Adjust the pressures here just a little bit. Let's look at the spread here. See, it's got a little bit of a spread there. It's a little tight on this side. Again, a good spread here. Plenty here. So the rear's got plenty. You actually could come maybe even down one. I didn't look at the front to rear. Yeah, it's still got good wear. I mean, look at it. It's not that far off. So again, you could probably, go down a little bit more on the brake. It wasn't bad. No. So again, that's right there. I mean, it's I mean, I'm sure, between both of them, I could get some more time out of them, but I mean, still, it's not that. They're basically, those two are equal. You know what makes a big difference on the looks of the M4 is when you put that splitter on the front. I don't know what it is, but in the stock car, when they don't have that, just a little teeny one, and it kind of makes the grill stick out like that. But when it's got the splitter on the front, it doesn't make it so pronounced. And man, does it make that car look so much better. I've seen some guys that do that on street cars, put just a little splitter on the front, a little bit more aggressive, and man, it just makes that car look so much better. I don't know if anybody's checked out the CSL, the M4 CSL. That's kind of different too. That's got more power. That's a lot more expensive though. That's a really nice car. I don't know if I like the duckbill in the back though. I don't know. I wish they would have just put a wing on it or something. I don't know why they did that duckbill thing. I'm not sure if I like that or not. The lights are cool though, man. The light, I wouldn't want to break one of them. The tail lights on that thing and the headlights. Those things, I bet them things are mega money. They're really cool though. They look the same thing, but they're made out of, I can't remember if they're LED or something. They're definitely different. They're different than the standard M4. But real happy with that. I think it handles the bumps better than the Porsche, which doesn't surprise me. I don't know. I mean, is a BMW my favorite all-around car? Good question. It's not really my favorite. I mean, to be honest, it's there's so many cars. I mean, I couldn't. It's really hard. I mean, to be honest, if the Porsche had more grip, I don't really care about speed. If it just had more grip, it would be my favorite car. The Porsche. I've always liked the Porsche, but it's a lot different now since the 1.9, and I still say something's broke on the car, which I talked about a little earlier. I mean, thing pogos when it comes off a pit stop and bounces, and if you go into a dip real hard, like I showed at Zolder, I think the back tire is about come right off the ground. Um, I something's wrong. I just don't. That's just it's not the way it should be. But nothing I can do about it. So that's the way it is. I wish Kunos would come out with a fix or do something, but they haven't yet. So they've come out with updates and nothing to work on that. I mean, I really like the Lamborghini. I love the Evo 2. I've always liked that car. I mean, the AMG, I've liked that car ever since the game, ever from the start. But again, I just raced those last season. And really, the AMG is at the end of its run. I mean, again, they're in 2025, they're coming out with a brand new GT3 car. AMG is. So, scratch. It's not going to be an Evo 2 or something. I mean, it's going to be a new AMG GT3 car. So again, you got to remember this car is long in the tooth. It's basically design goes back to 2015. And yeah, they've updated it, made it a little better with the Evo and things like that, but it's still an older car. And it's again, like I talk about overall downforce, it doesn't have it. You got to run the wing near max almost all the time, which I'm kind of messing it up because I got a pros and cons video that's going to be coming out about that car here really soon. So I don't want to let too much out of the bag. But anyway, it's a great car and I love driving it. But to be honest, with the BMW, Lamborghini, the Ferrari, the McLaren, especially those, they've taken it to the next level. The Audi again is still there. I think it's still very competitive, and in real life, it's doing good. So I think in the right hands, it does really good also. Um, but in the Porsche, I don't know what's going on with it. I don't know if they can't figure something out. I think it's done good, good in a few places, but it's still. I think they're still having some teething issues with it. But again, I'm looking at the tracks, and most of the tracks are short in this championship coming up. So speed means nothing. I mean, so it's absolutely worthless. I need something that handles. I need something that can handle, that can brake, go over, especially bumps and curbs. That's because I got Imola, I got Zolder, I got Oulton Park, I got Brands Hatch. I mean, all these places you're running over curbs pretty heavy, and you got to have something that changes directions. You got to have something that is the best on tires. So you're gonna be doing a lot of laps. Let's go back to the Audi. I do like the Audi. Again, it's a really nice car. I love the sound, and it's short wheelbase, so I think it's good for tighter tracks. But again, it's one of these cars where pretty much, you're going to run near max wing, kind of like the AMG. And you see, I only did a 35.1, so I'm way off. Probably. I mean, let's. I'm gonna look at the Audi here. Right now, I think the BMW has a lead as far as what to go with. And I love all these cars. Again, it's not like if I had to just pick one for a favorite, if the Porsche was right, it would be my car. But I still say it's not right. But really, just Lamborghini's really close. The BMW is really close because I really like how that car. It feels lighter. That's another thing. AMG, does not feel that way. So let's go. Again, I'm just gonna ballpark this thing here. Obviously didn't do that good here. I haven't done that good with the Audi, so let's see if we can improve upon that. Just taking a guess here what to do. Just kind of a base setup type thing. I'll go with that. Leave it there. Adjust the tire pressures. Yeah, I'm just guessing just guessing since this is, I haven't done it since the update, so. Okay, so now we gotta do my thing here again where I gotta go in and change this. I'm gonna put this back up. And change that. So that should be back where it was. Gotta love the sound of this Audi, though. I mean, that's why every car has its advantages and disadvantages. Every one. That's why I hate it that the BOP is so jacked up in ACC. It really is kind of ticks me off a little bit. Because, I mean, I like to see different cars. When I'm racing, I mean, I don't want to see a spec series and see everybody running the same car. I want to see all the different cars. You get the different sounds. You got, every car is stronger in different places. It makes it more challenging. I like to see everybody run, cars they like or fits to their driving style. But when you only have one car that pretty much dominates everything, that's not what GT3 racing is. GT3 racing is so you have close racing. I sure hope Nuno's gets gets things straightened out. I mean, I know there's a lot of people are not happy with it, and it all started with the 1.9 update. So I just hope that they can figure it out and get things straightened out. Wish it would. I'd like it done yesterday, but I'm impatient. Just the longer they wait, the more people get disheartened with it. So I mean, there's some things I like about the 1.9. There's a lot of things that I like about it. I think this, the setups are more legit type things. I mean, so they're not these wonky setups. So I really, there's some things I like, but just the BOP is just, it's the worst I've seen it. Nobody's ever going to be totally happy with the BOP because, I mean, everybody always wants their car to be faster. So I get that. But right now, I mean, pretty much no matter where you go with track, the McLaren's got the advantage over everybody.
second off.
sure I can get more out of it, but it's still. Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother. I know there's more time in it, and I know I can definitely get more time out of it. There's no question, but I don't think, I'm not gonna see again. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not gonna make up that much time. So that's just, unfortunately, that's where, you got to have a start, a base, and if your base is way behind, you just can't make up that much time. So I think the Audi's out because Brands Hatch is that way. Now Misano isn't that way because Misano's smooth, so it'd probably do good at Misano, but Brands Hatch, Oulton Park. Hey Mario, might need a livery. Oh, yeah, might need another livery. Audi's fast, okay? I mean, the Audi is definitely fast. But again, a bumpy track, I'm not sure if it's the fastest. And second of all, like I talked about earlier, it doesn't have, it's like the AMG. You have to run the car at maximum wing because that's the only way you can get grip. It doesn't have natural grip. And what I mean by natural grip is the car itself. If you take all the aids off, okay, if you took like whether it's the McLaren or the let's say the two best, probably the two fastest, like the McLaren or the Evo and the uh, Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2, those cars have a lot of natural downforce. And of course, downforce is naturally like that's good because you don't have the drag. Where a wing, if you put a bigger wing on it or whatever, well then all you're doing is making more drag. So yeah, you might, and then you're putting all the downforce on one spot on the rear of the car, and that doesn't do any good. Okay, I mean you want balance. If you increase the downforce in the rear, you want it at the front also. It's got to be an equal thing. Otherwise, you're just hurting yourself. And I know this off experience. I mean, real life experience. So I did that with my Corvette when I first put the wing on it. A real competition wing, not a little baby thing. Like what you've seen in my intro. And I didn't have a front to match it, and that car understeered so bad. And high speed, it literally would just go straight. If you tried to turn, it would just want to go straight. And we took every bit of wing out of it. I mean, literally took the wing where you didn't have any wing into it. It was just as low as I could go, and it was still understeering. So it doesn't help. It doesn't help if you put a bunch of more downforce in the back without putting it on the front. The car's got to be balanced, aero-wise. Um, and I love the Audi. Again, I love it, but again, it's more of an old. Again, like the AMG, it's like it's an older design, so it doesn't. You look just. I mean, just you look at it. I mean, it looks great. I mean, but look at the fenders. Just look at it. It doesn't have the surface area, and I'm sure they added this later because it looks like they added the hips a little bit on here, but it just you look at that, and then you look at that. I mean, you can see how wide the downforce. I mean, all that is natural downforce. Okay, I mean it's, and the trunk. Let alone the the diffuser in the back. I mean, you can see how big that diffuser is. I mean, all these things add to the downforce of the car. Where if you look at the the Audi, I mean, look at it. Look at the sides. It doesn't even hardly look like there's any kind of deflector or anything there to help with the downforce to put down on the car. And the same thing with, look how tight it is right, behind the tire here. The diffuser, there's nothing there. There's hardly any diffuser on the back of the car. I mean, it's just a little thing. So again, I'm not knocking the car. It's a great car, and I love the car. I'd love to drive, love to do it in a championship, but the problem is it's got things against it. You compare that to the Evo. I mean, to the McLaren. I mean, between how low it is, center of gravity, and I mean, monster diffuser and all this other stuff. I mean, and again, you got all this surface area. I mean, look at all that surface area back here. That's all downforce, all that surface area. So it's really hard, like the AMG. I mean, you look at the AMG, a great car, but look at that. There's nothing on the side here at all. I mean, nothing to grab the air to help the car stay down. Nothing. Now, it does have a decent diffuser, better than the Audi, but still, you look at the back end of the car, there's not much there to grab the air. There's just nothing there. I mean, again, it just, and again, it would be better if they would give it, let it have more power or let it be lighter. But then they take it in the BOP, they add weight to it and take power away. Well, now you're just taking any advantage it did have, it's gone. That's what they did to it at Spa, and it kills it. Same. You look at the Evo 2. I mean, again, older design. So, they're coming out with a new car. But, I mean, you can see the hips. I mean, you can see how much they look at the hips, how that, they're trying to grab air on these fenders. They're trying to grab air here to get the car to have downforce. And, of course, the diffuser's decent. Nothing, it's good. But, you got different cars have different advantages, but it's I think that one of the reasons the Lexus is still competitive is, it's an older car, but again, it kind of reminds me of the BMW. I mean, look at that thing. I mean, look at where it can grab all the air on the front of that car. So, I mean, I know it's still competitive over here in the States. They're still doing pretty good with it. So, that's saying something. And of course, the Ferrari, I mean, don't have much of a diffuser, but they use the air everywhere else. I mean, Ferrari's a master of making air work for them. So, I mean, they got air going. Look at how big the sills are on the side. I mean, that's all grabbing air. So again, there's nobody probably in their league as far as grabbing air. Maybe, AMG's really good. There's some high-tech guys, but I mean, they're definitely near the top. Ferrari or the Formula One and everything else. I mean, they have a lot of experience, so they know it to get air to work for you, and that's how they get this car to to work. Compared to, which I still think the 488 is way better looking car in my opinion, but it's also weight and everything else. With a V6 instead of a V8, so I still like the 488 better. But that's just me. That's just my opinion. So, but yeah, to me, the BMW is really good there, and so is the Porsche. Again, the Porsche has a lot more area to grab air on it. I'm just surprised it doesn't have the grip that it should have. To me, this car should have. It's got better balance. They moved the engine. They moved the engine more up front. They moved it more like the RSR, and they've done some things. So, to me, it should have more grip than it does. But, again, a car that I really like. I mean, again, that would be my favorite if I had to pick any car. So again, Aston? No, Aston again. Aston's same kind of thing. Which let's do something fun. Let's do something fun. Let's Good question. I like the Aston Martin. I mean, look at the diffuser on that thing. I mean, that's a real diffuser. And look how it grabs the air. Not much on the front. I wish they would add some more canards or something to grab the air on the front. That's what I would think that would help. Especially since this is a front engine car. Well, let's do something fun. Harder racing. Let's do something fun. Let's see what. Do something real quick and just see what it feels like. Don't have a good setup for it, so I'll just make one real quick. Again, just to ballpark it. Looks good. Looks pretty good. Well, I don't know about that. Let's just try it. Let's run a lot of wing in it just to see what it does. All right. So I know it's got plenty of power. So let's change. Gotta change my, gotta change my setup again. So let's leave that where it's at, but I gotta change this down. There we go. Back to where it's for the Aston Martin. After this, I'm gonna get his big brother out with absolutely horrible downforce. See what it does compared to this. So that's with the V12 Aston Martin. I guarantee this will be the new motor that they're putting in the 2025 AMG. The new one's coming out. It'll be the 4-liter bi-turbo, I guarantee it. Will be no more naturally aspirated AMG. Let's see what it does. Man, I love this wheelbase. This thing works so good. The inputs are instantaneous. It's unbelievable. No slop, no nothing. It just, I mean, it's just, it feels like it's hooked right up to it. For real. Bad time, really. Not bad, really. 3/10, 4/10 off. And tires are pretty good. A good guess. You know, tires are pretty close. Yeah, wear looks decent. Yeah, wear looks decent. So it's probably pretty close actually. Didn't look at Motec or anything, but yeah, it's probably pretty close. The setup is probably pretty close. Imagine if that car had a little bit more front end grip. So like some canards or something just to help the front end. Too bad that Aston Martin isn't, you know, really doing a factory thing or something. It's just a shame. I'd rather see them do GT3 than Formula 1. Big old wang on that thing. We're going to go to the ultimate big old wang on the next Aston Martin. Really not bad though. I mean, I'm surprised. You know, I haven't driven it in a long time either, and you know, running the 34.8 ain't just that bad for me. Still a good car. Still a fun car to drive. Again, I enjoy every one of them. Yeah, well, yeah, Mount Panorama. That's surprising. It does that because, well, I needed the car to rotate more on the back end of the on the turn because the car was understeering. That's why I turned the TC2 down to 1 because I needed the car to help, with the power. I needed it to rotate. So that's why I did that, and it worked because it did better on the other laps. But yeah, I mean, it's Mount Panorama. It would do good because the car's handles good and it's got good speed. So I mean, I can understand why it would do good at Mount Panorama. Now let's get the old dog out. Let's get this old dog out. Look at look at that big old wing and nothing back here. It's naked back here in the diffuser. Doesn't have one. Got a hunk of a motor though. Talk about something out of its element. All right, let's see here. Just taking guesses here, so I really don't know. I hardly ever mess with this V12. I do once in a while, but not that often. Let's just run the wing max. Best thing I can do. Let's just see. I think the turning is the same. It's a little off. Love the way this thing starts. It's one of the better starting. It's got that awesome. It's like a gear reduction type starter or something. Here we go. That's better. The thing idles like so high. Feels like a tank. When I really want to drive this car, I like taking it to Mount Panorama. That's where really, opening, basically just letting this thing open up those long straightaways. change my braking on this. Way too fast. Way too fast. You gotta remember to set you on the brakes. Amazing how much earlier I got to brake with this thing compared to other cars. If I can get a clean lap. About 3/4 of a second slower. Let's that thing idle. I think idle's like 2,000 RPM or something. Still a fun car though. Again, even that's a fun car. Yeah, I signed up a while ago for the Ren Sport beta, but I never got it. Hey, Jonathan. Ready to run the V12 Aston Martin and eSENIORS. There you go. Just listen to that thing. Gotta love the sound. Gotta love the way it sounds, though. Got that big surfing board on the back of that thing. Monster wing. Yep, the only V12 in ACC. You gotta enjoy it once in a while. Look at that. It's still fun to drive, though. I mean, if you really dialed it in and stuff like that, it'd still be fun to drive. It doesn't handle the great, but I mean, that's what you get when you get that old of a car. Still ran a mid 35, so. It does. It sounds great. That's why I like taking it to Mount Panorama, because you take it there and you get, long straightaways and all that, man. You just hear that thing screaming, going down the straightaways. That thing it sounds good. It's still, I think I checked it the last time. It still is the fastest down the straightaway. I did a setup. I was working on a setup, just messing around, and it still, I think, had the top speed down that straightaway. I think it was like 180 or 179 or something like that down the end of the long straightaway. It's some ridiculous. I mean, and that's still, I still had wing where it would handle. So it wasn't like I had no wing in it. I mean, I still had a little bit of wing, so it would go over the mountain. It was, I forget what it ran okay. I think I ran a 203 at Mount Panorama or something like that with it. It wasn't, real bad. But I mean, that's where that thing shines, is, there. Nobody can get around you over the top of the mountain, and then down the straightaway, they can't get around you. So you pull away. Yeah, I never did try the Jaguar around there. I did here at Oulton Park before, but I never tried the Jaguar I bet you that thing would be fast at Mount Panorama too. Yeah. Yeah. That's I've only driven that car like once. It's probably the only car I don't really like, but it actually sounds pretty good. It does sound good. I forget where the hey, look at that thing. I mean, 2012. I mean, it's just like the Aston Martin. I mean, they're both like 2012 or whatever. I mean, I like how they did the lights there. That's different. See, I think I ran it. Look at I ran a 34.7 there. That was a long time. That was a while ago. But it sounds good. Look at that old that setup. That's old setup. A 21. That's 2 years old. That's when I did that. That's when they had the 1.6 or 1.7 update. That's old. Yeah. Very old. Let's see. Yeah, all this looks pretty decent. Huh. I don't even know if I can get around the track in this thing. It does sound good though. I have no clue. Yeah, it sounds pretty good. Let's see, I haven't been in this thing so long. Yeah, see my FOV's 30. There you go. It's pretty close. This actually looks pretty close. Okay. Pretty close. Sounds good. Let's change the force feedback. It's got too much. There we go. That's better. Gearing in it though, it's way too tall. But yeah, it'd be great for a Mount Panorama or something, or a Monza. I think it needs more brake. I think that's what the problem is. It needs more brake. I don't know. I still think the Aston Martin sounds better. I don't think it sounds as good as the Jaguar. I'm sorry, but it doesn't sound bad. not even good as good as the Aston Martin. I'd rather have the Aston Martin here. This thing's slow. Doesn't have good gearing. Gearing is out to lunch on this thing. Oh, it kind of sounds like a NASCAR car or something. From the outside. Both of them are bad on the TC. They get on the TC hard, both of them. I had turned down to like 1 or 2 or something. They just, both of them want to get on the TC like crazy. But they sound good, you know. So again, it's still something fun to drive. You know, not as fun as the Aston Martin. I like this driving it better. And even like the BMW M6, that's a fun car to drive once in a while. It's a big boat, but it's got a great sound with the turbos and all that. Didn't handle the bumps too bad. Yeah, it's a dinosaur. Well, it is a Jaguar, but yeah, it is a dinosaur. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I pass on it too. But you know, that's the beauty of driving all the different cars. It just gives you another experience, and you know what it highlights the differences between the cars. That's what you're looking for. I mean, it's highlighting the sound, the feel, how it reacts. You know, and every one of them's different. I mean, it makes you appreciate it when you got something that just rails, because those two cars don't. I mean, that's pretty bad when you're saying the Aston V12 Aston Martin handles better than the Jaguar. I mean, that's pretty bad. Because I mean, I didn't think the V12 handled good at all, but it handles better than that car. Exactly. I mean, that's where that's what you take it to Monza, or like I said, I like taking it. To me, the best track I take it to is Mount Panorama. I mean, that's where you take something like that's, and I just want to hear a really killer engine. That's what I do. I take it to something like that and just listen to that thing going down up, over the whole track. It just sounds amazing. I think just screaming. So it's kind of like, old cars, like the 18s. I mean, just like the Porsche. I like driving the old Porsche once in a while. The old uh, AMG or the old Aston Martin or any of those cars. I mean, they're all the M6, definitely the BMW. I mean, I like the M6. It's one of those cars where I don't really care what time it is. It's just a car that you enjoy driving. It's not the fastest. It does sound good though. I really like the way it sounds. Again, it's super fast, especially on the straightaway, Monza, Mount Panorama. But I mean, it's being competitive, no, but it's still a fun car to drive. I still do that once in a while, just to enjoy the driving part. To be honest, I really don't know. I mean, I hope they are. Since you have to pay for them and mine aren't. Mine are free. Um, so that's very um subjective. It depends on what uh you know, your skill level. It depends on your drive. I mean, how you drive, I guess. I mean, I haven't tried them, so I can't really say. Now I have. I'm not going to say which ones I have tried. I have tried a few, but not lately. It was when the 1.8, so I haven't tried any of the new ones. And it was basically when I tried it, it was awful. And I'm not. It wasn't a Coach Dave though. But it was a known one from setups, and I couldn't do nothing. I was a half a second slower than mine, so it was awful. It was absolutely horrible. I don't know how anybody paid for them. I mean, it was absolutely horrible. And I had a qualifying and a race setup, and I tried both, and they sucked. So I mean, my setups are really, you know, really more for, I think, for the more of the average driver or above average driver. I don't think, you know, maybe if you're an alien, it's different, but I'm also going off of the feel as far as the driving experience, not just the time and what it feels like. And I'm also doing race set. I mean, a lot of my setups, I'm trying to have the car where you can still control it after the end of a stint, and it's not where your uh, consistency falls off a cliff. So those are things that I try to accomplish with any of my setups. Yeah, and I mean, I'm not trying to knock them because I really don't know, to be honest. I mean, I really don't. So you know, again, I hope that any of those paid setups are better, but that's all subjective. I mean, the one good thing about mine, if you don't like it, you haven't lost anything. So you try it, it doesn't work. Well, you lost the time that you did it, but I mean, at least you didn't lose any money. Which I know plenty of people that have done those bought setups and they've gotten them and they're awful. So you know, and I'm not knocking them. Again, they're, you know, they might be really really good. So again, it's just something that you gotta try on an individual type basis. But mine, I try to be more in the middle, like a base. I try to have mine as where, yeah, you can take it and then you can do a little this, little that to make it fit your driving or to fit uh, rain or to fit. I try to have one setup so you can do a few little changes and you don't have to completely redo the whole car, and it will fit a lot of different variations of track conditions and things like that. So again, it's really a base type setups to where then, because everybody's different. Everybody likes a little different this, a little different that. Okay, so it's no way that you can make a setup that's just going to be a plug and play. Everybody's going to have a setup where they do a little, you know, little adjustments here or there to get them to fit the way they drive. So I try to get it in that middle ground so it's a good neutral to where then people can adjust it from there. Thank you. And that's what I try to give. I try to give everybody that races a better experience. Um, I mean, driving, you know, racing is, you know, again, racing is a different situation. I mean, and again, another thing, if you have a car that's just fast, okay, maybe it's fast, but it doesn't race. Because, you know, when you're racing, you got to have a car that can go it can be in any part of the track. You're not just making hot laps. It's got to be able to maybe be offline. It might be able to, you know, brake different, or you might have to take this corner different. You can't just, it's got to be more, and that's why I try to have it as neutral as I can, um, and over a stint, and then you go from there. And then you can, of course, just a few little adjustments, you can change it to how you like it. And I usually say that in all my videos. I try to say, hey, do this to make it rotate a little more, or do this to tighten it up, or to do this. This is what I would do if you didn't like it. And I try to put suggestions out there so everybody can make those adjustments once they get it. Because again, I don't care. One thing is fact, I don't care who you get a setup from. Very rarely you're just going to get it and plug it in and it's going to go. You're going to have to make some kind of little adjustments to it. So again, I try to get it as close to where you don't have to do that many. And the first rule is not crashing. So if you have a car that's so crazy that you can't hang on to it, you're not going to be worth a spit anyway. So I rather have a setup that you can race and finish a race, even if you're not winning, you're finishing in the top 10 or you're doing whatever. So you're enjoying it. You're enjoying the sim racing. You're enjoying the driving experience. that's what I'm trying to accomplish. Oh yeah, gear makes a big difference. Um, I mean, there's so many things. I mean, driving style makes a huge difference. So again, there's so many variables, and I'm not saying my setups are the be all get all by any means. There's so many good setups out there, and a lot of it just depends on the skill level and all that. And that's why I just try to find a balance. I try to find a balance, and so where somebody can race, may not be the fastest, but they can race and control the car. Because again, if you can't control the car, it's moot. It's a moot point because you're never going to finish one lap, or you're never going to finish a race. So the first thing is you got to control the car. So I try to have a setup that you can control the car, try to be halfway consistent, and overall enjoy driving, enjoy the experience because the car feels like a car. It feels like you're feeling the car oversteer, you're feeling it understeer a little bit, or you're feeling the car going through the corner just right, taking the curbs and things like that. It's all an experience also, obviously, with any, with sim racing. So again, it's I really try to have more of the overall picture, not just a fast lap and that's it. Or maybe it's a race setup and it does have a couple fast laps and then it falls off like a cliff. That's not what I really want to accomplish. And I've done that. I've done setups where they weren't good and they've been disappointments to where, they fell off, especially usually it's after updates. When they have a major update and then you're trying to do setups and then a lot of things are different until you get your head around it and start figuring stuff out again and what it likes, what it doesn't like. Yeah, a lot of times you make mistakes, but you got to just try it and keep adjusting from there. And again, I find out more what's wrong than what's right, but that's the only way, only way I know how to do it to get to the end game. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I might do another one. I don't know if I might do another one tomorrow or not, but I might do one. I'm not sure. It just depends on what's going on. I'd sure appreciate a like and subscribe if you haven't subscribed, or sharing. Any of those things is great, man. I really appreciate it. Any help is greatly appreciated. And again, my Discord, I'll leave links in the description. All my videos have links for the Discord. Um, and again, I appreciate all the comments and feedback, and I love talking to all my sim racing friends. It's not just a phrase. I really do enjoy it. That's why I enjoy this hobby with sim racing, whether it's talking with you guys on streaming, which I don't do enough, or my leagues. I enjoy all the guys in the leagues. It's been really, really fun. Any of the leagues I've been doing have been fun. But again, I'm having the most fun in eSENIORS right now. Maybe I'm showing my age. Not that I don't like LFM, but it's just you can either, it's like you either hit a grand slam or you get hit with the ball. I mean, it's either you either have the best race or it's absolute garbage and you can't even get past the first lap, or it's like a demolition derby. So I don't know. LFM is one of those, either you hit it, strike it rich, or you're feast or famine thing. So, but I like them all. But I really enjoyed the eSENIORS just because it just seems like everybody's got so great racecraft and they're just so conscious about what's going on around them, a lot more than LFM that just dive bomb you and do crazy stuff. But again, maybe that's just showing my age, but I enjoy all the sim racing. And I appreciate, all the support from everybody. Again, appreciate Mark and Jeff or I mean, not Jeff, but Joseph. And again, Mario, I appreciate your support, with liveries. I get, a lot of support, and I just appreciate all of that. So, again, hopefully you guys will come back again. But I got, do another stream. Hopefully I'll do more of them because I do enjoy them. But if there anything y'all like to see or anything that you need help with, just let me know in the Discord or in the comments. And you know, everybody have a great night and have a better tomorrow. See ya.